Whale. Whale. Okay, that was our test program. Okay. So that's our key map example that we did. So we're back on the UI builder, which has some buttons and not much else. So I think I'm just trying to figure out, how do I go about like, what am I going to want to do to build an actual UI in this thing? Right? Like what? So part of the problem is, if I had a specific UI that I wanted to make right now, we could like do that specific thing, right? But what I feel like, so I want to get all the other widgets ported into here, and I want to make the buttons kind of nice and glowy. Because that would be useful. And then maybe be able to move around the space here. And maybe be able to define regions and stuff. So here's where it starts getting maybe I'll save this discussion for when more people show up after they get their Twitch thing 10 minutes late or whatever. But like, I'm not sure that making a UI builder is a good idea, right? Because maybe you should just program this stuff, but I don't know that. And part of the reason that programming this stuff sucks is you end up having all these lots of little variables, right? About, oh, I need this much padding here, and then this much spacing. And when you start having non-trivial UIs, the code gets really confusing and hard to read, right? And so maybe this is just good for that. Maybe if the editor is good and if it lets you do the things that you want to do, right? I mean, I suppose I could pick something from the Sokoban game that I would like to be better, like the ocean editing panel or the Lister panel. I don't know, like. The thing is, when you don't program it, you have this challenge of doing the data interface between the things. And the more I think about it, the more I just want to stop programming and throw my computer out the window. Make it SimpUI specific language. No, that's the worst idea. That doesn't help anything. That makes everything worse. makes everything worse. So I don't know. I'm kind of demotivated right now, actually, because it's going to be a lot of work. I don't know if it's going to turn out well. And I have a lot of work to do already on things that will turn out well, right? On the other hand, for like beta users and people who want to use this programming language, right? Giving them something that will really help them make programs could be good, right? And so maybe that's why it's useful. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do about this. So there's a related issue, which is in the, if it is better to sit down and just program UI, right? Then I don't like having a good paradigm for doing that, and having more complex layout would be useful. Like when we do our stuff in the Sokoban game, the way, like we started with some widget set stuff that I had written originally, and then the way that layout was done was, picked by someone who used to be on the team. And it's a fundamentally unsound idea that causes it uses the information from the previous frame implicitly to figure out the size. So like the first frame is never correct. And like, if you make a mistake, your window spirals out of control, growing without bound every frame or shrinking. It's like really bad. So any feedback related way of doing that, I think, is fundamentally not a good idea. So then you need a non-feedback way. And like I was talking to Casey about this a while ago, and he was like, well, I do command buffers and then do a draw pass, and that way you could do layout because you can know how wide something is before you draw it and stuff, right? And I'm like, but if you're going to do that, I feel like that's almost retain mode UI at that point anyway, except you're regenerating it every frame, which actually might be better if it's very lightweight, because the fact that you're regenerating something every frame might make it lightweight and whatever. But like, that would lead toward a different way of thinking about things for sure. So I don't know. It's just very confusing. Is the discussion with Casey available anywhere? Not really. I don't think so. So okay, like porting the widgets that we have out of the game would be useful for sure. And you know, we want that to be, so that we want that to be callable either directly, right? So you can just use them however you want, or buildable through a widget layout program like this, right? And so I could just do that, and that's forward progress. It's just if I choose to work on that today, then I don't answer the questions that I have about this, which is like, is how much of a good idea is it and stuff, right? Like, I feel like what I want is like a set of horizontal and vertical lines in the workspace that get computed based on whatever. Either, you know, it could be determined how they're computed. It's either dynamically every frame or in response to an input from the program. Well, it's dynamically every frame no matter what, because if you resize the window and you respond to that, then that's, you know. But like having a bunch of those, because then you say, okay, this one is 5% of this region width, right? And then it's just blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, like, is that actually better than just programming it? You can track its last size last frame. Yeah, but that's not a good idea. No, the reason you use a command buffer is so you can know the size in the current frame, and then you draw it. You're thinking about Rust and the many non-standard libraries that exist to do some stuff. I mean, dude, but that's in any programming language. That's how it is. Like, yeah, I just can't empathize with that. Sorry. It's very rare that percentages are useful in UIs. What are you even talking about? Everything has to be proportional or you're not resolution independent. What do you even mean? Do you want to, like, maybe I don't understand, but if you want to explain that. You start out fun with just dragging things around, but you eventually just end up programming it. Yeah, but even if that's how it goes, so A, that could be because the UI editor isn't as good as it should be. But B, if that's how it goes, maybe though that just means that that's the workflow and that's fine, and it still saved you some time. Like if you could like get a basic thing set up that isn't exactly what you want and then push the generate code button, and that code was like nice and you didn't mind editing it, then that's helpful, right? So I don't know. Maybe I don't know, guys. Maybe I should just work on compiler today while I think about this more in the background about what's the right way to go. Or I could just start pulling the widgets over. I don't know. They use nesting widgets and relative weights and size policies to control how widgets are laid out. But that's like not... There's this thing, okay, so Qt, I feel like, goes way back in time. It's a little bit newer than the really old stuff like xlib and motif and whatever. But like both xlib and motif were all based on this idea that you wanted this very deep hierarchy of things happening, and that was the proper computer way to do a UI. And I think that's gross and weird. And it actually doesn't give you as much control as you would like. And I don't know. It always just seemed very ugly and unnecessarily complicated to me. So that's actually part of the experiment, I guess, is like, what is, native desktop widget layout like when you're not doing a bunch of nested boxes all over the fucking place, right? Because like when you don't buy into the cognitive load of those systems and you just say, what do I want to do? You're very often like, well, on the left 1/3 of this page, I want to put the names of things, and on the right 2/3, I want to put the values or whatever. And it's just, that's just what you want to do, like always. And well, how big is the slot for each value? How tall is it? Well, I want to fit about 17 of these in, if it's this size, so it's about this big. You know what I mean? Like Flutter, Swift UI, Compose all use a tree system where parents pass available space to the children size themselves, and the parents position them. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that though. I don't want widgets sizing themselves, really. Like, that's not very good. That's the place where things get fucked up and you get annoyed, right? Fuck off. Dude, why do I stream sometimes? Just pull the widgets over. Yeah, we could do that. The problem with everything has a little bit of a non-appealing aspect. If I pull the widgets over, then now I've got a frickin' copy of them in the game and here. And both of those are now desyncing over time unless I remove them from the game and use the module specifically. But that means I have to make the module flexible for whatever backend you want, which might be fine, actually. I mean, we need to do that anyway eventually. Boxes are annoying, but with percentages, it gets hard to control the size of things. In common application UIs, you want the buttons to be standard height regardless of how big your window. But that's not true. I mean, that's the part of desktop programs that's broken and doesn't work. Right? Like that's the thing where games just do things better than everybody else, and everybody should switch to the game way of doing it. Like buttons being a standard height regardless of the resolution you are rendering at is a really bad idea. I mean, maybe it makes sense if you're talking about rendering at such low resolutions that you wouldn't be able to read the text on the button, right? But that is not the regime we're in anymore. Like, computers just have higher resolution displays than that. And so what you really want is for you to control your layout. Like that's the difference between high quality programs that look good and low quality programs that don't look good, is that the ones that look good, the programmers were in charge, or the designers, whoever, were in charge of the layout and told the operating system and widget set how it should look. They didn't listen to the operating system and widget set about how it should look. I think that that's a faulty premise. Yeah, I disagree with that. So that said, if you do think that that's the correct way to do it, then it makes sense to do things that way, right? To not know what size things are and then flow around and try to figure it out. But I just don't think that's a good idea. I've never seen it be good. Sometimes it's okay to have an extra copy for a year or two. That is true. I've done that before, successfully. But like, I just also have a lot of work to do right now, That's really what's bugging me, right? Is just, look, I don't know. So on the one hand, I have a lot of work to do, such as just ship the beta, roll it out to a wider number of people, make sure it runs well in serious applications, and meets all the needs, right? On the other hand, this is part of that, right? Like, how are we supposed to, like, when we weigh how to change the module import features, right? Or whatever it is, how well this kind of thing works feeds into that, right? So there's that. Also, though, sometimes in my life, the reason why I win is I just do 10 times more work than other people. And it takes longer, but I just win because of that. So maybe that's just the thing to do, right? I don't know. I guess it's coming down to, again, if I had a concrete picture of what I wanted the design and layout to do, then I could gauge more directly how excited I am about that. It's not about resolution. The buttons may be as big as they need to be, but you'd like all OK or cancel buttons to be the same size regardless of how big the dialogue is. I don't agree with that at all. I mean, first, okay. I mean, this is buried in a lot of assumptions, right? About how programs should work. Like the fact that programs pop up modal dialog boxes that block you until you say OK or cancel or whatever is kind of trash in the first place. Like the amount of time that we do that should be like less than 1% of the amount of time that we already do that, right? So it's already a use case that I don't think is proper. Now, then, for that kind of a use case, I mean, I could see an argument for that, for wanting standardization there, but that is actually a little bit separate from, do you have control over your UI, right? If you, which again, I don't necessarily agree, but if you did agree, I want all OK buttons to look the same everywhere. Then your UI system could have a concept for like OK cancel sized button, right? And you would know that the size of that varies depending relative to the size of everything else. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't know the size of everything else, right? Like, the more that you know about your layout, the better it's going to work, the more in control of it that you are, right? Like the reason, like it shouldn't just be that hard to like have some buttons on a fucking screen, but somehow it always is. Like almost zero of the programs that I ever use from day to day do reasonable things anymore, right? And I think it's because people have these weird, what I think are faulty assumptions about how it should work, right? I don't know. There are cases like wanting a circle. Well, of course. Oh my God. Why do I read chat? All right. Yeah, I mean, so that's, but okay. And this is kind of why, okay, this is a good point though, because this is kind of why this makes me tired to think about, which is just like, yeah, what I am kind of, one of the motivations deep down for me wanting to work on this at all was, hey, I am upset with how bad UIs are most of the time, not just design wise, but objectively speaking. Like they just don't render at the right resolution, or like the window's too small and I have to drag it open, or like 27 different, whatever it is. Like UIs just don't even correctly function anymore. And why is that? So, and so what I sort of just explained about knowing what your layout is and stuff, I think is part of that. And so, but making that argument, right? Of course you can sit there and argue all day, but the right way to make the argument is just to do it and show people how it's better, right? But like, that is kind of a side quest maybe, right? And I might have too many side quests going is all. But it's one that is directly useful to people making the game and stuff. So, I don't know. Well, what do we want to do here? First, I want to adjust the temperature in this room, and then we'll see what we want to do. About these UI buttons. Start with the grid layout system. Well, I'm sort of debating whether I want to work on the layout program or whether I want to just move all the widget code into a library. Because like this is the worst looking widget, right? I could actually just make this one a little bit nicer by default. Like just putting the glowies on it and stuff would be useful. Would working on the layout system inform other choices? I mean, the problem is I don't know what the layout system should be. And what I worry about is it's going to turn fussy, right? Like, in the past, my advice was to pick one and start to gain knowledge. Is this one of those instances? It is, but that's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. Is this is exactly one of those times? I'm just questioning whether it's the best use of my time, right? Which you always should do. You know what we could do? Let's work on compiler bugs for a little bit while I stew on this in the back of my mind, and then we'll figure out what to do. Well, or maybe I should just power through it. Maybe I should just power through it. What would Harvey Dent do? I don't know. I don't know if I could trust Harvey Dent. Sleep on it and you'll dream up the solution. I already did that. You vote for UI. Well, okay, here's a few things that I could do. One, I could go and make the button code nicer here, right? Which would actually be useful because like I could later port this button code back to the game, and then we'd get rid of the weird thing where we have multiple button implementations, right? So that would be useful no matter what. It would also just make the buttons a little bit better. Two, okay, see, everything is complicated, right? And Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. I won't even bring that up. It starts to be too tenuous of a relation at some point. So I could do the buttons better. I could just make it so you could pan around and select these buttons and like they don't actually click here. Unless maybe you go into interactive mode or something. There's even like when you're coming up with the way a UI works, there's even all sorts of little issues, right? So like, what direction does things go? So obviously these are low effort buttons, but you already see some of the fundamental issues that come up is like, hey, if I pick a font size, sometimes it's a little too wide, right? Sometimes it's a lot too wide. And so again, like how your UI system works, sort of depends on this, right? Like one thing you could do is say, hey, I actually want to go by the text and take the width of the widest text and make that be all the buttons, right? And then make all the buttons be that wide, I mean, right? Another one you could do is like, well, I want to set the text size. And then in a case where the text is a little too wide, maybe just scale it down a little bit, right? I don't like doing the ... thing that people do because again, you don't really, it might not be readable. So like scaling it down slightly is probably better. Maybe, I mean, sometimes you could go to multiple words because these are big fat buttons, right? So you could put check and then buttons. But then you have to know how to break that in different languages and stuff, which is maybe not easy. But see, you already run into this thing where it's like, how would I even express that? Like if I were to build an entire UI system around going one direction or the other direction, like that implies very different things, right? So like one direction is like, well, the size of the buttons is going to flow up and then over to like the size of the things, right? And another way is it's going to flow down from the size of the button into the text. You can imagine a hybrid approach where it's like, okay, I'm going to scale it down a little bit, but past a certain point, I'll break it or whatever. And that starts to be very procedural, right? And if something's very procedural, how good of an idea is it to put that in a UI builder, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How about parameters that determine what happens? Yeah, I mean, you could start doing that and just programming that into the button. But like, is that just a thing that you can query on the button, which is like the width of the text on the button? Now, the advantage of that in this kind of a system would be that it's has much less overhead to do things like that at runtime, because for buttons that don't care, they just don't even need to have that code to get that width, right? So like you just emit the code in the place where it's necessary. That's much more efficient. Would this also be the case for image buttons? Probably not. No. Everybody knows, everybody who yeah, we won't get into the bad way that desktop people deal with images. They don't know what they're doing. Okay, let's just pop open something and look at it as an exercise recently. So like I could do Discord, right? Which is, this is like React or something, right? So like, you have your Pepe the Frogs. You have your dude, it's the year 2021 and this is still what things look like when they resize. Anyway, so you can see that they have certain things that they're doing, right? This is what I'm talking about. It's like, look, we want the stuff on the left to be a certain size. There's going to be these icons for each channel. They're going to be a certain size. I'm popping this over to my other monitor for a second. And they are being drawn smaller. It's hard to... Here, let me... I'm going to screenshot the little Discord stuff in the upper left on my other monitor. And then I'm going to open Fabulous Microsoft Paint, right, to paste it at a 1:1 resolution. So that's how big it is on my other monitor, which is 1080, right? And then I'm going to drag it back over here, and you see it's much bigger, right? This is like how you actually program programs so that they fucking work, right? It's like you draw, based on the current resolution that you're drawing at, you like size the thing. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like this kind of UI. I'm not really, yeah. Anyway, so what have we got? We've got like a column of some things, and these are each that has like an icon that animates when it's selected. It looks like it's a square bitmap with like a mask that's animated. And then this little thing on the side that's animated. And then there's a little tooltip with the name. And then a little red attention scavenge thing. So then we sort of say, well, there's the title bar area and there's whatever that is. Let's get rid of that for now. But like, let me do this again for the top. So I'm dragging it over the 1080p screen. Win Shift S on this, right? Whoops. Here's that part of the window. I drag it back. It's much bigger here, right? So like, this is what I'm talking about, they're actually doing a good job of dynamic resizing based on what's happening, and it works great. And this is what games do. And this is what other UI systems do not do very well, right? Yeah, so we have these drop-down menus, right? Now, so the problem with a UI builder is, for example, see these menus, you can't just lay out the menu, right? Because there are options in here that are turned off or on. So I don't own this channel, right? So there's certain options available. This one I do own, so it has like invite people and whatever. And so now, like, it's already a little bit procedural, right? And this is the place where UI builders and code start to fight a little bit. Right, so we have our submenus. We have another ting-tangler here. I don't know why this has icons and these other things don't. That's pretty weird, but okay. I'm not a fan of the black and white icon style that everybody does. Yeah, my guess is that the left panel, if I were doing this, I would do something like, okay, what's my desktop resolution? Actually, let me see. Okay, it seems to me like it's not exactly, maybe it's by height. Let me see. So on this screen, I don't know, like halfway down the screen is like right here. Yeah, it might be by height. No. I don't know, but they have some heuristic for deciding how big it is. It might be using Windows DPI, but if so, that's not correct either, because it actually comes out bigger inch per inch on the 1080. But that might be like Windows DPI being whatevered. Yeah. Does anyone ever notice that? No, like modern designers of UI systems don't understand icons, and that's why they make all these icons that are terrible and hard to deal with. Like almost every single UI system has gone toward this trend, and it's horrible. Like, they're completely useless. Like, okay, if I was going to look at the basic flow of this, right? It's sort of like, okay, there's a left part and a top part, right? And then there's this area, right? Which is what's left over. And then this is carved off and we have this column, right? Which all this is lined up to that. And then this is, I guess, the top. Actually, the top is before that, but then it's lined up. So this is interesting. This is already not hierarchical in a certain way, right? Because we have this top line and then this line, and like these match each other, right? So they're not sizing independent of each other. So either, if you were to do this hierarchically, either you would split here and then split here, which it looks like the way it is, or you would split here and then split here separately, right? But so then you have this thing going across, right? You have some stuff. This is probably right justified, all right? So you probably start on the right-hand side and like lay it out going left, maybe. The search, it looks like, is a constant size, which is an interesting choice. Oh, but they make it bigger if you go type in it. Then again, so again, this region on the right-hand side is, it's sized based on something, right? So they have some concept of how big they want this to be. Right. And then this is sort of everything that's left over, right, goes in the middle, and then we word wrap it and all that stuff. You're seeing width 72 pixels for the side. Yeah, so maybe they ask Windows what the DPI is of that display. Because this isn't actually 72 pixels, right? Like, there's no way that this is 72 pixels. I mean, we could actually measure it, but I don't believe that it is. Well, on the 1080, it might be 72 pixels. Let's actually see. Because that would actually be really silly if it was literally 72 pixels. But it might be. See if I could figure out. Dude, it might be 72 pixels. Holy crap. Yeah, I believe it actually. But no, but it was a different size on the other display though, right? So when I drag it over, so it's not like literally 72 pixels. Hold on, I gotta get. Yeah, so this is, how do I move? There. Oh, come on. What's going on? What? The fuck? Oh, this is like the canvas size is invisibly. Oh my God. Okay, well that's great. So like, let me line these up. Why do they look a little different? Anyway. So it certainly is not 72 literal pixels because the sizes are different. But like, they probably, they have some heuristic for figuring out the actual size based on that. Like they might be thinking, oh, we're at 72 DPI, right? We're just going to imagine we're at 72 DPI and use things at that scale, and then we rescale that, right? Which is confusing. So you're saying Windows has some pixel ratio thing. Huh. Is this 1.5 of this? It looks like more. Looks like more than 1.5, but I can't tell. It looks like less than 2, but wait, how do I? Dude, I don't know how to use this program. No. How do I do the trace select? Ah. I just wanted to do this. And bring this over here. Fuck. Dude, I don't know how to use this program. This is frustrating. Well, now we have rat hold 2. I'm trying to figure out how to cut the selection. Hold Alt. Nope. Am I on the correct layer? Yes, I literally just did this. Probably have to rasterize the image first. How? But I pasted it. Okay, that's very weird. Aha! Okay, that's unintuitive and sucky. Anyway, we don't even... Oh, God damn it. I just want to get this, and then this. I'll do this again. One of the... Nope. All right. It's good enough. Yay. Okay, this is all I wanted to do. It might be 1.5, right? 1 point... Could be 1.5. Can't you just measure pixels? Well, that would have been a way to do it. Anyway, so I guess I just wanted to, well, I guess we have two programs open that have UIs. And, this one, I don't believe this is Electron, right? Like it looks different, but it's got kind of a similar situation going on in terms of the way, like there's a canvas in the middle. There's stuff around the outside that's sort of blocked out. There's a column of stuff down the left that's like, these are the things. They're actually not very responsive icon-wise, but okay. Affinity is native, yeah. So did they like program these all themselves? Is this like their own thing? These look like Windows native menus to me, though. It's like this part is Windows, and then everything else like isn't. Except maybe, I don't know. See, like this is the kind of thing that I think is highly questionable. Like, I don't know, maybe for this palette program, but like the fact that like they don't know how many squares there are and like they wrap it and stuff. I don't know. I don't think that's good. So this is interesting down here. You see down here? They have hand-programmed abbreviations for these when they get small. So like CHN for channels and 32p for 32-bit preview. Like someone just decided what those are. Which is interesting. And it's weird because the order in which these pop is like smallest to biggest. So like history and then channels and then transform and then 32-bit preview. But then the one that's selected is always... This is kind of disorienting how it vertically pop. That's bad. I don't like that. That behavior right there is hostile. Why is that happening? I guess it's because there's a mandatory minimum size for some of these, and if it doesn't have enough room, it like goes up. But it should stay up somehow. Like this shouldn't come up over this. It should be like the whole thing should be scrolling vertically or something. I don't know, man. So, okay, even before talking about a layout program, there's an easier problem of like, or maybe not easier design wise, but less programming work problem of like, how do you decide how the layout should work? Like, just how should layout work from code in 2021, right? Like, if you're not going to do this like xlib thing where you have a million hierarchical rectangles, which again, I don't really like. What do you do? And like, can we make some sample programs that do that? Have I checked out Blender's UI? It's all open source. You'd also be able to see the implementation. Trust me, I don't want to see the implementation. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So like, if I just want to define an API in the code that's like, and maybe I should work on this in the Sokoban game even. Maybe not, because then I'll break people's running stuff. But like, you know, if you were doing this, you might be like, okay, we're going to do the title bar area. Boom. Now we're going to do a rectangle below that for these toolbars. And then we're just going to decide how big that is. And then we're going to go and have someone do it, right? And then we're going to do this rectangle. And then we're going to take what's left and go left side, canvas, right side, right? Like, if you're talking about your application window, right? And you're being kind of flat about how, oh, and let's not forget this little bottom area, right? And you're being kind of flat about how you do things. Then you sort of want your function, your draw UI function or whatever, who knows how many passes it is, whether it does a layout pass and then a draw. But the very first thing you would do in your program is like do these things, right? Pick these rectangles, because you can pick these rectangles based just on the size of the window at the beginning of the frame, right? So you pick these rectangles. Well, okay, maybe not, because look, the fucking top menu is like flowing. Like, that's what I think is kind of bananas. You shouldn't do that. But that could even be a heuristic, because you notice it's not like it's not even trying to cram the text together. It's like, it's a certain width for each. That's really weird, right? So this is not doing what I'm saying, actually, because it's like, it's decided a priori how big these are, and it's going to flow vertically if it doesn't have space, which that just seems banana nut balls to me. Like at that point, like the problem that I have with this is suddenly while you're trying to develop this UI, you're going to have all kinds of surprises all the time like that. Like, I don't like that. Um, anyway, so what I would do if I were doing a UI toolkit for this kind of program, or if I were doing the UI for this kind of program, I would say, hey, we've got this thing. You probably could turn these. No, let's do this. That's pretty weird how it it live animates those out. That's kind of odd. Um, anyway, so does this get bigger when you do that? Yeah. See how fucked up this is though? Even this is not doing a good job. So watch. When I go to icon and text, it's clean. The text comes out the bottom, right? When I collapse it, it should just be clean. The text should just go away. But that's not what happens. Like watch the purple icon in the upper left, for example. It's going to bounce down for a couple frames and then go back up. See that? Everything does, but the purple icon is especially easy to notice. Like what the fuck is that? Like that's just a sign that you don't have control over your UI, right? And that's what I want to avoid. So like they somehow managed to nail it down eventually with this and get it working, but I guarantee they had lots of weird bullshit happening while they were trying to make this. And that's what I want to get away from. Like things should feel solid. They shouldn't like do that. You know what I mean? Look at this blog post from the Our Machinery game engine. Why? What is it about? Seems like it's because of animation, but no, there shouldn't be an animation there. Like it's just broken, right? And often when something is broken like that, it's like, well, that was trying to animate a transition that was for some other thing that this isn't doing. And it's a corner case bug and whatever. And it's like, okay, but I don't know. This is what I'm saying just about knowing where things are. Like that feels really shitty. To be fair, that's a lot better still than a lot of the UI problems I have in other programs. But still, it's like, why is this that hard? But yeah, at the start of each frame, you could, if you weren't insisting on doing weird reflows for like this title thing, I would approach it like, look, I'm going to define these rectangles for these different areas. And then here you go, right? I guess you can have multiple like image documents, right? So like what is this all about? Okay, so that gives me even an extra little, oh no, it's the same. It's always there. But even that, like that felt shitty too. Like, like look at the amount of flickering that happens when I go back and forth and like weird shittiness. Like part of it is this rezzing in for some reason. Like they're using some adaptive, like what even is that? I don't know. But then also like this scroll bar moves, but it's late. The scroll bar like doesn't move until, well, it's inconsistent actually, but it takes a long time. So it doesn't feel like the same motion. It like happens later. Like this thing up here, I think that changes when the scroll bar changes, and it's maybe delayed sometimes. It feels more shitty than it should. I don't know. Is it because of a design or implementation decision I made for Sokoban Engine Editor to be on the same window? For the things I do, I want them to be on the same window. I find it hard to go back and forth between monitors. The graphics people, I think, often want it to be a separate window, and you actually can. That someone on the team did a modification where you can run the UI in a separate window. But the UI like isn't quite designed for separate window, but it's fine. It works. I mean, to be fair, this is a relatively solid UI for a major program in the year 2021, right? I'm not running this and saying, "Oh, this is so terrible." I'm just saying like it's like not that good. And did you see that? Did you see how many times that fucking look? This is open and I click on the same thing and it like, okay, there we go. Sometimes it just flickers back and forth. I don't know if Twitch compression is killing that, but like, it's like flickering 10 times. Like what? What is even going on? It's like very easy to find problems in this. And I assume if this is WPF, which I guess is some C# thing, or maybe it's just a Windows thing, I don't know. It's like, it's not like it's a niche thing that hardly anyone uses and that's why it has bugs, right? It's like, this is just the state of everything right now. Now, to be fair, these aren't crashing the program, so they're not that bad. But like, they're not that good. It does not flicker for you. Well, all I can say is it is clearly flickering. I don't know. I don't know what more you want from me than to show that it's clearly flickering. Anyway, all of this is just, I don't know what all of this is just to say. This is just me trying to figure out what to do in life, right? What should I do in life? Could be because I'm streaming. No, a bunch of people in chat have said it's flickering for them. So we appear to have a minority of people saying it doesn't flicker for them, but many people saying that it does. So whatever. The flicker is not that big of a deal. It's just like, it makes me feel less bad about when I make UIs that have little problems in them, I guess. I could start the open beta. Well, anyway, so I still haven't decided what to do. And the answer then is eat a chocolate peanut butter cup. So that's what I'm going to do. Do we have any beta users on watching the stream right now? Because I could poll the beta users about what they think would be the most useful. Just pull the widgets over. You know what I could do? First, I could pull the widgets over. And then, at some point, maybe a different stream, I could work on the slideshow program. And maybe with the slideshow program, I would be mostly figuring out the code. Yeah, you know, this is the right order to do it in. I'm becoming convinced. So pull the widgets over. Do the slideshow program. Because there I actually want to make a UI that I'm going to want to be nice. Because there's going to be like a presenter mode and like a, just editing stuff. And so then I can actually do that with these widgets. And I could put the slideshow program in the example code. And then long term, that could inform what the layout program should maybe be good at doing, right? This is starting to make sense to me as a plan. Let's go that way. Okay. I said I was going to eat 1 peanut butter cup. I've predictably eaten almost 2 peanut butter cups. Okay, I think the very first step is we could make the button nicer. Like we did, like for people who saw the Sokoban stuff when I worked on those widgets, we could make the button nicer and then go from there. So the thing about pulling the widgets over is this layout question is going to come up in the very beginning because, or maybe we just don't give you, no, okay, we're just going to pull the individual widgets and then we're going to redo layout from scratch, right? Because I don't like what's in there now, and just having it be like in a separate lighter weight system that we can experiment with without screwing up the entire editor will be nice. Okay. Okay. You don't think it needs UI example code? Well, okay, so here's the thing though. Here's why all this is important. We need to start solving hard application integration problems because, like, look, a lot of programming languages try to sell you on oh, we have this one cool feature and that's why we're cool, right? But that's not what the hard problems are in software right now. The hard problems in software are like, I'm just trying to build this thing and I'm just getting mowed down by how much work I have to do just to build it consistently, right? Or just to, you know, just to connect this code to that code, right? Or, you know, just to put something on the screen is such a fucking pain in the ass, right? And so we need to be trying to solve that kind of problem, right? And that kind of problem tends to come up, for example, when you're doing like, something like widget rendering, because it touches graphics, right? And it's like, well, okay, how is that graphics getting rendered? Can you factor the widget part apart from the rendering part without it being a pain in the ass for the end user to hook those things back together, right? Actually, I don't think that particular one is that hard, but like that's the kind of problem that we're talking about, right? And so it's a good test of the programming language to be attacking that kind of a problem, right? We don't want to like design the language and have it be done and then start doing bigger kinds of stuff and then be like, oh, right. Like, yeah, just opening a window and drawing a triangle is like so hard today. It's insane. It is completely insane, right? And so like if you're in C++ or something, there's all kinds of libraries that you could try to use to help you with that, but then you run into all sorts of practical friction when you try to use those, right? And so what we're trying to do is make a system where you don't have all that friction. So it is still insane to draw a triangle underneath, and we wish it weren't, but then we legit try to remove as much friction as possible between you and the ability to draw that triangle, right? And then so from triangles, it goes to stuff like buttons. Like, why is it freaking hard to draw a button, right? So there we go. And I think the reason why I woke up this morning and I found myself without a ton of concrete ideas for layout, and it's because I dislike all these widget systems so much that I literally have not used one since before most viewers of this Twitch channel were born. Like, I'm pretty sure the last time I used a widget set to do layout was probably 1994. Something like that. I mean, if I did anything since then, it would have been small and not that interesting. Actually, I might have done a little bit in 1996. So like, I really haven't been using that kind of stuff. And in part, it's because I hate it, right? But that also means that I'm kind of just used to programming it all by hand, right? But I've also run into the productivity walls of when you're programming it by hand, which are not as, you don't hit those walls as soon as people think, but you do hit them eventually. And so I just want to figure out what's the next step there. All right. A language server? Hell no. Someone like already did a language server and it makes me cry inside. Do you really need to solve it yourself from day zero? We need to do something from day zero. Okay, and here's the thing. So we need to do something that exercises the language at a scale like this, right? So that's number one. And this is just an example of that kind of a thing, right? But number two is like a lot of people would just like to make a program that opens a window and does stuff. Like that just shouldn't be hard. And if we do not provide a way to do that, then you have sort of two sets of choices about that. One is you could use operating system native widgets and program a totally different UI for every operating system, and that is complete ass, right? Or you could use one of these cross-platform things like Qt, or like DRM GUI is probably a lot lighter weight and nicer to use than Qt. I haven't used it, but it probably is. But something like Qt is just a massive abomination in terms of how much complexity you have to deal with, right? And something like DRM GUI is like, well, okay, it's not as polished visually, which is just, maybe that'll get improved eventually. But also, like it's not programmed in this programming language. So when you interact with it, you can't use many of the good features of the programming language, right? And that's actually, I mean, that's kind of not good for something that major. We still could get by with it. Like it would be fine, but I would like to have at least the beginning of a widget set that people could use, and they would have all the introspection power you have, all the like rewrite power, all the meta program power, and not have to worry about, you know, what platform they're compiling for and whether the executable library exists and all that shit too, right? So that's why I think this kind of thing generally is a good idea to do. Qt is a whole framework trying to extend the C++ language itself. I mean, sure, but like, why? WTF, bro? Like, can't I just draw a button? You know what I mean? Can't I just draw a button? Can't you just give me a function that says draw a button? All right. Okay, so let's start making this button nicer. And then we'll start porting over all the other things. So we can go look in Sokoban for no editor UI. Okay. So here we have, not for this button, but for other stuff like checkbox and whatever, we have all these states, right? So like checkbox state, right? So we do this hash thing. We find or create the state. Oh, that's a slider. Column button. Okay, find or create checkbox state. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, that's very bad. Okay. Whoops. So after we get this state, we do animation on this stuff. That's the whole point, right? Is like we have like vibration variable and whatever. We have effects that we do on it. Let me look for something specific. We're going to open the editor. Okay. So actually, yeah, for all these guys, I mean, this, I'm sure, causing the background to change so drastically, like, makes the Twitch compression freak out. But, like, you can see how, like, the checkbox bounces when I activate it, and, like, the color interpolates very smoothly. It's probably easier to see that here, right? So it just doesn't feel as janky as, like, when things snap. And it actually, see how it's like pulsing slowly while I'm over it? So this struct that we're looking at is what enables all this, right? It's like the backing state struct for the immediate mode rendering. So yeah, the vibration here is like on this little thing, and then the color, we have this selected T, which really is weird. Like selected in my brain, oh, I guess that is, okay, so selected T is like, is it clicked? So we must earlier do some other things. You know, this is base checkbox. No? Where does this other color part happen? I wrote it. I should know. I should know where it happens. Checkbox state. It's got a button state. The button state has over duration and over effect T. Oh, we're probably calling a function that does the button stuff. Let me just go search for like over duration. Draw production value button. Update overstate is called in draw title. That's it's called in slider. Draw production value button. Okay, there we go. This part is doing that. I would like to remember how we combined these into flags yesterday. I want to do that for all of these. Okay. So that's really all we needed, right? So this update over state. Yeah. So the question is, where do we get the DT from? Maybe we put that in the context. Because we have this problem of like what. Well, let's not worry about it. It's not going to be multi-threaded right now. So yeah. So we're going to do this update over state, and I'm going to pass the DT explicitly to it. Where should I put it in our new file? I don't know, because we don't have a lot of things. So we're just going to put it here for now. Okay. So on this button, we have this state, and we're going to say update over state, state, status. It's state and status. Like, we probably want to clean this up and just pass the status flags. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. And DT, which we don't totally have, but that's fine. So status is going to be here. What is it called? Status flags. Okay. So that is fine. And we need a DT from somewhere. Per frame update. Okay, so we need in the main program, we need to call that where do we decide on the DT? Didn't we put a DT here, or was that? Oh, that was in the simp, or in the key map example. I'm going to be silly and do this again. I stopped doing this for a long time, and now I'm like, maybe I'll do it. All right, so this will not actually do anything yet. Undeclared identifier time. All right, well, think harder, bro. Current time. Okay, over. That is not even used. Move toward. Oh, we don't have move toward. That's one of my favorite functions. And then force 65 is going to be current dt. Move toward. That's out of my standard toolbox. Oh boy, beam scan. It's in beam scan for some reason. Holy crap, this is some of the first code that I wrote for this. Okay, move toward. Oh my gosh. All right. So like this won't do anything new now because we have not visualized this in any way. So draw production value button. Draw production value button does this, right? It does update overstate. Pressed factor. You know, we should just have draw production value button. Like, oh, except this is really a button down here. Okay. So oh, this is for the base of the button, I guess. What even are we talking about? So update action durations is about when you click on things. So we haven't pulled that over yet. Right? And then blend factor, this is the little strobe, right? And so I feel like we want to rename this to something when we move it. Or maybe we rename it later, right? F it. So what does this do? This updates the states. It does a blend factor. And then does a rectangle, right? So this is really draw production value rect. But with a button state. Maybe this should be factored into two things, right? Maybe it should be maybe we should get the colors, right? And then do the draw separately, which we do here anyway. Oh, this is like core draw button anyway. Okay. So here we're just checking the flag, right? So what we're trying to do is replace this with this other thing. All right. So we're going to want this. Let's just get this over and get it compiling. And then we'll try to make it nice. So flags, status flags. Call it status. Changed. Yeah, it's BearGrep is the program that I use to do the searching and stuff. It's just, it's kind of old and like the text even renders blurry and it's, yeah, it's great. It's great, everybody. So we passed status flags. Wait, changed is going to be a status flag probably, I guess. I don't know if that's a status flag. Blend factor, strobing. Okay, so maybe we return these colors, or we return the factors, which we do anyway. We're going to call this update production value button. We're going to no check in all this. Whoops. Didn't mean that. Okay, so here we go. We get rid of this visible in scissor thing. I don't like that. I don't like that. You need to pass me a valid theme. We'll just do that. Update overstate. So then update action durations we need. I honestly don't know what that changed flag is. So frame image, we're not going to pass because we don't do that right now. Frame, no. Okay. Update action durations. Begin. Oh, so like when you click it, we set them to 0, I guess. All right. We'll pass the DT in there. I would have to think about whether that really should be a separate function from the other one. Undeclared identifier over. Right. Update over state is going to be status. UI.button colors. Wait, what? Okay. So here, actually, we don't need these because we're not even doing this yet. We're going to move those out into the other function. Over factor and pressed factor. Okay. Okay, cool. Still not going to look any different because we're not using these values, but they're in the program. So now that they're in the program, we can do some things. So we're going to go back out here to core draw button. And we're going to say update production value button. I want to say changed is cast bool. I'm not sure that that's what it's supposed to be, but we'll see. So we're going to update production value button. Wait. Where's our state? Did we just not pass that? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to pass that state. Core draw button. Maybe the button theme could even be on the state. I guess. Maybe not. Okay, production. Yeah. Production, that's great. Update production value. Oh. We're going to say over factor, pressed factor, R, update production value button of state, R, status. Like swapping parameter order for no reason is a sign of a mess. Okay, so changed theme. Okay. And then over factor and pressed factor, right? So we'll do that in a minute. Let's get it to compile. All right, great. Boom. Okay, it still snaps directly to the over color. That's not that great. Okay, but then what? So now we say lerp button color theme.background color over. Oh, there's rating people. Wait, it's only like 4 p.m. in Canada. Why is the workday over already? What's going on? It's only like snow o'clock. What are you doing? I'm sure the weather is kind of moderate right now in May. So over factor. All right. So now the magic of all our work. See that? It's a little bit subtle because it's not that bright, but we now have smooth interpolation when we go over the buttons. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's great. Okay. Still not. So when we press it, the weird thing is, like we might want to get rid of the frame or something or maybe we interpolate. Maybe we interpolate. Okay. Anyway. So it's already glossier, man. How have I been? I've been all right. Here's something that you may not know. I know I'm dropping the controversial facts here, but making video games is a lot of work. Just gonna say that. It's also a lot of work when you're making your own game engine in your own programming language. Just gonna say that, and I'm starting to feel it, but that's how it goes. It's what I signed up for. So, yeah. But on the plus side, the games are really good. They're both the things we're working on are coming along really well. They're just a lot of work. Thought game engines were easy though. Yeah, I mean, I thought you could just type game engine into Notepad and then it would go. Turns out it's not like that. It turns out you have to do a little bit more than that. Should have used Notepad++. Damn. I knew I did it wrong. Notepad++. All right. So now the thing I'm thinking is we're going to use this pressed factor now, but it's probably not quite the right thing because this was made for like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So we're going to get rid of that. Lerp, button color. Pressed factor. So I think we want to make the colors more extreme so we could see this better. But where do we, I guess we set this up here. Okay. So the background color, the over color, we're going to make more extreme. Actually, okay, let's make these buttons a lot more chill. Let's change them completely. Let's change our default buttons to be a lot, just sort of more grayish. A little bit blue. Actually, we could be creative. Let's do this. This is going to be really silly. So that's our over color, and that's our pressed color. Okay. You like that? You like that, huh? Huh? Great. Great. I mean, there's no question about whether the button is active, right? So that's great. Okay, next, let's actually, where's button theme? Where did I put, oh, it's in here. I kind of want this to be less. It's goofy, as big as it is. Okay, and then, so that is still discontinuous. So when I press this, it still snaps. Okay, so now how do we decide that? Because we could put that on the production value button update situation. Let's delete this stuff. Bam, bam, and so we had this like light color, lighter color, darker color. Yeah. Okay. So we actually want to interpolate instead of swapping here. Okay. Instead of swapping here, we want to have use a variable to interpolate, right? Let's rewrite it to use a float variable, but still be instantaneous. And then we'll put the variable over there. So we're going to say T, I don't know, 0. If status is down, T equals 1, right? And so now we're going to go, let's call it CA and CB, right? CA is lerp, darker color, lighter color T, right? And CB is going to be lerp from lighter color to darker color by T. And this is going to be like CA, CB, CB, CA. Okay, so that will still not look different, right? Actually, you know what? Let's make it big and chunky for a second. Remember how I said I wanted this to be thinner? Let's make it super chunky so that we can see it have, oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is the new paradigm in UI design, all right? All right, let's just say that. Let's just say that. The big chungus, that's right. It's the big chungus. Okay. So we actually want to make that animate. And so we need an animation parameter for that. And that could be on button state. We're going to have a down duration and down effect T. All right. So like, and we're just going to do all this the same. There we go. A little bit of hard coding for y'all. All right, so now, okay, we're still not using this value, right? But it at least presumably exists. So now here we could say T is status.down effect T. Whoop. No, not status, state.down effect T. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you see that? I mean, it goes, it comes on maybe a little too fast because it's like 14, but you see like the recovery happening. All right, let's make it 8. Oh yeah. I mean, like, it would be better if we had some actual better button press effect, but there we go. There we go. It doesn't even flicker when you intercept it in the middle. Nice. Nice. I mean, I don't know why Windows just doesn't use this as the default button style now. You know, okay. I think what I would like for this widget set is you should be able to hook in like how to draw the button in a reasonable way, right? So like if I want flames on the button when it's active and not when it's not, like I want a good way to plug the flames in. You know what I'm saying? And so like the UI system tracking all these parameters for me is probably useful, but then I could somehow use it to draw particles or whatever, right? Like that would be a good demo, wouldn't it? Is like, here's the default button. Here's the default button with my flame hook, right? And the flames. So that's really sort of the question, is how to design it to enable that. Okay. Anyway, this button is no longer embarrassing. So, well, it is. The default colors are embarrassing. Let's tweak those. But okay, so here's the next step. Next step is make the default colors not totally but ugly. Okay. Change the bevel size back down, and then we're going to check this in, and then we're going to make the module for all these buttons and other widgets that we're then going to pull out of the Sokoban game. And then we'll make a sample program that uses them if we get that far today, which hopefully we will, that uses them without layout, and then we'll start figuring out layout. What about rounded edges? We worry about that later. Like that's a customization thing. That could be an option on the default button, but it's also, we would like to give people parameters enough that they could do that if they want, right? Like you want your UI to be split into a few like sheets of interfaceability. We'll get to it, hopefully. Okay. This is great. Does anyone in the beta program have opinions about what the UI module should be called besides something boring like UI? I mean, we already have Dear ImGUI bindings, which are called ImGUI. We should probably rename that to Dear ImGUI so people know what it is. I don't know what to call this one. Simp. Yeah, we could call it Simp UI. UIMP. Is this meant to be used in something like heavy stylized game menus? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But like, before you even think about heavy stylized game menus, you should just be able to like open a window and have some buttons and some scroll bars and whatever. Like, you know what I mean? That should just work. Chad UI. The problem is if we call it Chad UI, we have to like earn that name, right? And I'm not sure I want to put that much work in the short term. Big button UI. Better than Qt and ImGUI. Anyway, so yeah, let's do that. Okay, so instead of worrying about the UI builder yet, let's find a programming interface for doing this stuff that makes me happy to use. And then once we know that, because the problem is if you come up with some big constraint system or whatever, and then you push the generate code button, right? And then it outputs the code. If that code makes you sad to edit, that's not really that good, right? But if it's something that's nice to program anyway, and you're just like outputting and you're going to take it from there, that's probably better. Sailor UI. I don't know. See, I don't like cool names for things, but the problem that I have is this is where I genuinely don't know the answer to this conundrum, right? So the goal is to provide people with a lot of code that they can, start with and use. But really the idea is we're not authoritative over what modules people use. And if folks out there, there should be plenty of opportunity for people to make the things that become the standard modules that everyone wants to use, right? Like, we're not trying to be communist Russia and like block any of that. So, that kind of goes to naming. Like I make a hash table module and I call it like hash table, and that's sort of squatting the conceptual center of hash tables or whatever. So like if I make a UI module and call it UI, it's like, well, I don't know, right? It's sort of, it's implying something that's a little bit different from what the actual policy is. So standard UI. Anyway, that's the only reason I'm thinking of making a cute name for it, because even though I don't like cute names, it's like at some point. Okay. It feels cold in here, but the thermometer says 73 degrees. Welcome to modern heating systems. Dude, I don't know. So many suggestions for what to call it. This uses simp in the background. It does by default, but the plan is that you can retarget it to whatever you want. So I don't want to call it simp UI, because It should be separate from that. Sailor UI, SIMD UI. Maybe it's the Harvey Dent UI, but we need to know if we can trust him. Let me set up some tea and then we'll go. Sausage roll UI. We could call it Juice because that has the letters UI in it. And that's a stupid name. But we'll just go with it and rename it later. Okay. There's already a C++ UI library called Juice. Well, that's fine. We will have an I in there. And that makes it different. Okay, so first let's make the button not ugly. What do we think? Is actually... We need to put a couple more things on the button theme. Because like the bevel is like too... Like if it's a dark button color, you don't want it to be that lightened and stuff. Like it's too far. Right. Okay. Let's even do that. So button theme is going to have... highlight lighten parameter is 0.5, let's say 0.3, and darken okay. So we're just going to let you theme these. All right. So that's less extreme, which is great. It still looks like butt because it's too big, but I don't know. Is that too much? That's in the middle somewhere. Okay, so let me get my tea. But would be, yeah. Okay. Let's get tea. ready to go. We are going. So we're just going to make these defaults a little bit better and check it in, like I've been saying. So these defaults are down here, and we actually could put these, like we could actually put these on the struct, right? On the theme. Couldn't we? Cannot we say this? So that's actually better, probably. Because then if you just boot up the module and you make an uninitialized theme, you just get these colors. So right. Okay, let's make sure we're really using that. So here's our default background. It's going to be very exciting. It didn't work. Oh, because we reset it over here. Wait, no, we don't. Oh, it's down here. Oh, guys. Okay, I wasn't really testing it. Now we're testing it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good default. That's some good shit right there. Why don't people hire me as their UI designer? I don't get it. Red pill UI. Yeah, okay, it's great. All right, so we're going to put these defaults over here. It's much more robust than having to call a thing. Okay, let's pick actual colors, though. Okay, actual colors. Let's have them be kind of a dark theme. What are some good dark theme colors? Just like kind of, how about, yeah, like kind of monochrome. And when we go over it, we'll get brighter, but kind of blue. And when you press it, we'll get a lot brighter. Right? Oops. Sorry, I gotta recompile. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. That press transition is too slow. Remember, we made it... should put this up by action durations. Okay, so I mean, I didn't like how fast it was at 14, but it feels too slow right now. It probably has a lot to do with the actual colors, right? So, anyway. That's probably too blue on the press. But the defaults are like, we're not really expecting anyone to really use the defaults, right? It's just to make the button not be invisible. Right. You don't want the OpenGL problem. Okay. So this button theme, text color. Oh, you know what we haven't done? Is I don't believe we're changing the color of the text properly based on the over and all that stuff. So all of these right now are going to be those. So we're just going to do that. So we don't have to set that even. All right, so here, oh yeah, we forgot to make this less blue. And by we, I mean me. Now, that was a little bit of undesirable behavior right there. Yeah, we're going to want that to get fixed. Because when we're not drawing the button, we're not accumulating its time. So we actually want to go off wall clock time and not DT. This is interesting. Anyway. So this is great. So this panel theme is not even used. Oh yeah, I was going to do the text color thing. Let's do one thing at a time. Let me get rid of all this on the panel theme. All right, let's just super questionable. We don't even use, so this is like just like a rectangular area. We don't use these right now in the UI builder. We just copied it over. But we'll go ahead and just put these, right? Whoops. Oopsie. I like this 3-digit thing. It means you don't have weird space. Like two digits of precision and then a period somewhere. Like that actually looks pretty good. Even though just putting one here is shorter, it's like, Okay, label theme, text color. For this one, we'll make an exception. Okay, so we got rid of most of this. We just have to set fonts right now. Maybe later we won't have to. So that's fine. Great. So now let's make sure we still compile. I want to mess around. Oh, right. Okay. I want to mess around with this thing and make sure this works for the button. So we're going to go text color crazy. We're going to say it's red and it's green and it's blue. All right. And it's probably now that said, we are overriding the text colors. Oh, it is. So, okay. So the red is happening, but we're not using the rest, and that's not surprising. So let's do that. We are overriding the colors in the other themes, but I don't think we're overriding all three, right? So text color over, text color pressed. Okay. Here we go. So we're going to say color is theme.textColor. We're going to do some computations on that, and then we're going to go here. So we're going to lerp this guy from color to theme.textColor over, and then text color pressed with those same factors. There we go. Oh yeah, oh, check that out. How sexy is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. The reason for putting 1.0 or whatever is if I decide to change it to 0.7 or 0.75, it's like the same amount of space. You don't have to change the spacing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm actually going to leave that just because it amuses me. Actually, no, we won't. We won't. Oh, yeah. That actually, it looks surprisingly interesting, though, to have it just turn green. Like, I don't know why. Green is just a bright color, I guess. Okay, let's have a little bit of reactivity in there, though. So instead of doing the red, green, blue, we'll just go like... we're just going to have a little bit of intensity change, right? Like, okay, it's not super bright, whatever. It gets a little brighter. This is actually, this upper bezel is still too crazy. You kind of can't really notice it right now. Let's do this. And then let's bring this up a little as well. This thing, the lighten parameter is, let's cut that in half. You do see it a little bit more, but it is subtle because like everything is changing, so it's harder to see the changing color on the text, but okay. That actually, changing it from color to white looks pretty classy, honestly. The opposite would probably be true as well. Like if you had a bunch of gray, you don't want them, maybe even close to full, 1.0, 1.0 white. And then they turned color when you went over them. That would be cool too. I think both directions. Okay, I think we can check this in, and then we can start factoring it into a UI system that people could use. And then we could make a demo example. How would you approach rounding? I would probably just generate the cap with triangles. Like it depends on what exactly you want to do, but I would probably generate it with triangles. It would be fine. Like, the thing is, if you're trying to be super customizable, right, maybe you do just have an arbitrary shader that people plug in. But like, we want to be customizable above that level. Like, we don't want to require a weird shader. But if you want to do a weird shader, we want to let you do that, right? So, I don't know. One thing at a time. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to take out in the changelog this thing about the UI builder because we're not going to ship this to the people. But we're going to go a UI system that is written in this programming language so you can use all the features of the language when interacting with it. We already have bindings for dear ImGUI, but that is written in another programming language, so it's a little higher friction to deal with than something you can just copy and hack on in the same language. Okay. Okay. Windows is the name of the glass panel. Juice is the name of an audio programming thing. There's too many names. I don't care. I literally don't care. I'm not trying to make a cool name that everybody thinks is cool. Like, I'm just trying to have a name for the thing so that I don't squat UI, right? That is the only reason. Call it Facebook. Okay. Well, we don't want to get sued either. Language. All right. Do we have a no check-in? I hope not. Okay, great. Simp book. All right. Yeah. Okay, so, boom, commit. Made the basic button juicier. All right, so now we make a module. So the problem is I don't know how to deal with fonts by default because I kind of don't want to bake a font into the module. So like if you don't load and set your own font, you wouldn't get text, and that's annoying. So like maybe there's like a really small TTF font that's free, even if it's ugly, that we could like bake in and it's not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? It is used by a lot of commercial software. Okay, well, let's pick a different name then. OnlyFans. Let's call this UI library OnlyFans. Because it's an immediate mode GUI that will render every frame, so your fans will be running when you use it. I don't know. This is why I hate picking name, because I don't actually want a cute name, so I totally hate this process. Not dear GUI. Okay. I think I have to call it. We may change this name eventually, but we may have to call it. We may have to call it "Get Wrecked," which was the joke that I had with Casey. It's not that good of a name long term because, you know. You know. Okay. Let's just call it that. And if we come up with a better name later, we will do that. So we're going to have Get Wrecked. We're going to have an examples. We might have other folders. And the first step is going to be to just move all this UI stuff into there and just keep our example toy UI builder like running, right? So I think basically everything in this entire file just goes, right? So I think we just do that. And then we're going to sort this out and clean it up and stuff later. But we're just, the first step is to make things work. All right. Put this up there. I don't know. Okay, so we probably need to import basic, right? Because, yeah. Okay. So let's go to main, and we're going to not load this anymore. And we're going to import some new UI system. And so there might be some crossovers. Like we have window type here. So we need to do that, unfortunately. Okay, well, we don't have rect in, oh, that's in the UI builder. Oh, we don't have math in the module, which seems important. All right, so here we're going to go get rect is import actually no. Wait, why does UI init? Is this not module scope? Or oh, we're module scope. Oh, yeah, okay. Scope export for all the, just make all of it export for now, and we'll sequester it later. We don't have simp. We need to simp. That's a thing. Default panel theme. Table. Oh, right. We imported this as simp : Do we not have math? Oh, we do. Okay, get mouse pointer position. Where is that? It's in window creation. Honestly, that should probably be in simp, right? Right? Or maybe in both. Okay, anyway. There we go. We now whoops. I never checked in that file anyway. Lol. All right. Well, sure hope I could check this in, because otherwise I lose all this work. Okay. All right. So we now have a getRect module. Let's actually, I want to be kind of organized, more organized than I usually am. So we're going to make different files for the different like widget types. So we're going to have button, slider, and all sorts of things. Right, label, button, slider. So we're just going to make these files. The reason why is that then I won't forget to, because I still haven't added any of this to source control. So I'll make these files. They'll be empty to start. We could put stuff in them. Actually, button could be, can have some of this stuff. Oh, and then we could put themes. These could all be in button. See, it's organized sometimes. Update action durations, that's on button. And then label. All right. And these are just some general utilities. And we'll make themes in a separate file. Label theme, button theme, checkbox theme, panel theme, text input theme. Okay. And then maybe the state management. All right. So we're going to load, what did we just make? Themes. So I didn't make a file for checkbox or slider to be filled in. To be filled in. All right, so there we go. That's some files. We'll add more later probably. Okay. Great. So let's make an example. Okay, so that's great. Doesn't do anything. We're gonna add that to source control. Boom. Okay. Let's put this in the tests already. Okay. That's good. New widgets that would be useful to the people. You don't really believe checkbox is the pinnacle of possible UI elements. I agree. Part of telling people to get the rect is doing new stuff. I totally agree. Okay. So we can start building this out now. So I guess what I want to do is start pulling stuff over from Sokoban. Actually, let's make our example. Let's make our example draw a window. Just we're going to copy this over from the simp example again. It's going to open a window, but it's not going to do the simp rectangle or anything. It's just going to draw a button. And then as we add more widgets, we can just put them on the screen, right? And that'll be our proof that they work. So we can get this going, we can draw a button, and then we can check it in. Sounds good. Okay, so we're going to go to modules, simp, example. Okay, and we're just going to copy this whole file. And yeah, so we do simp, input, we're going to import getRect. We'll put that at the top. That's kind of the point of this. So we're going to put that import at the top. Other imports are below. Okay. Here we go. This example was copied from the modules. From modules, simp examples, example. It will continue to diverge over time, probably. Okay, so we create a window. We init simp. We do my fonts. Oh, we're going to need to copy the font. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of this. We draw a frame, and okay, so we're going to do getRect stuff. We're going to call a button. We're going to say theme is a button theme. This will have the default button theme values. Unfortunately, we have to set the font right now. Theme.font equals my font. All right, and then we'll call button. Oh, we need a rect. R, hello sailor, theme, like that. Okay. We don't need this time right now. We don't even need that. So r.x equals 100, r.y equals 100, r.w equals 200. We're just going to do that. And we're going to compile the example. It won't build yet because we need to copy the frickin' font, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Good, 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 good. Missed that. Okay, font in getRect label. Okay, that's in file scope. Yeah. Let's put that in module scope. Put that in module scope. In fact, like all of this, we want all that in module scope, honestly. All right. Example is going to crash. because we can't load the font and there is no backup. But that is fully expected. Like I said, maybe we want to bake a default font into the library. If anybody knows a really small font, that might be nice. Okay, now if we run, we should be okay. There we go. Hello, Sailor. For some reason, we are not detecting the button and stuff. I'm not sure what's going on there. That seems very weird. We did not have that problem, but it did draw. So like we skipped the OpenGL problem of having nothing on the screen. Dear MGUI bakes in proggy clean. Oh my God. No, that's too gross. We can't do that. Small file size font. Web people have been concerned about this. Okay, so something like 17K, if this is free, like we could do that. We could bake that in, right? As a default. And then you could say a module parameter to say I don't want that. I mean, 20K, that's only 1/3 the RAM of my Commodore 64. I mean, I think a font that has small file size is going to not have most of Unicode, right? Like, we just want it to be able to, you boot up, if we can draw basic ASCII characters and a few other things, that's fine. And then if there's like an unknown glyph symbol in there for everything it doesn't know, that's fine. Okay, if we make this the default font, that's almost as good as Comic Sans. Man, a lot of fonts are just like not good for reading. Like a lot of fonts also. So let's go back to that Imprima. Like this one, like the length of the F and the weird of the L and stuff like looks cool the first time you see it, but like it's too much when you're just like reading that all the time. You know, it's like some things are not designed for long-term use. I don't know. Anyway. Like, wait, is this for all the styles? No. Is it the whole font family is 20K? That can't be right. Like we're going to need to look up the licensing on this. Oh, OFL. Open font license is worldwide distributed, allows licensed fonts as long as they are not sold by themselves. Yeah. I mean, we did some stuff in Braid under OFL, I think. Yeah. Okay. Great. Not as advertised. These are bigger. Oh, I see. No. We can pick one weight. Yeah, we definitely like this is a compiler that we're going to like open source and give out all the code. It has to be a free font. Okay, so when we want to bake a font in, I think the answer is we grab one of these. I'm not worried about that yet because for now we just want to get the widgets in and stuff. But what we would like is that you don't have to set anything and you call button and you like get a button, right? Okay, so my font, button font, and okay. That's a little small. It's really funny how text size. Okay, that's fine for now. Now we have to solve the mystery of what is going on with our mouse position all of a sudden. It's literally the same thing. When we were doing our other button demo, we just copied the same example program. So like what's going on? So we're going to have to figure that out. Oh no, we're not calling update UI. We have to call it with a DT. We have to call it with a DT. So I think, hold on. Dude, I'm working in so many things. Okay, so UI per frame update. Okay, so this is weird where maybe we should do something if people don't do this, right? Anyway. There we go. So like if you don't do that, time doesn't pass. You would still get a press notification, so your UI would work. It just wouldn't. Okay, this is fine though, because we're just going to do this, and then we're just going to get more and more widgets in here, and we're going to make them all work, and then we're going to make them nice. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Second assert is wrong. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay, any questions about what we're doing? I'm going to boil some more water, and we're going to do more widgets. Actually, let's make sure the tests run while I'm boiling the water, and then we can check in this initial work, right? Because I put this into the test list. Is having effects functions instead of highlight and press color something you consider? Yeah, I mean, we want to later make it so you can attach arbitrary visuals to your thing. The question is how to do that without requiring you to do a lot of stuff to get a basic button. So right now we're putting in the basic buttons and whatever, and doing all the good animation and stuff, like all the parameters for that, and making sure it's all smooth and good. And then later we'll figure out like, okay, where do you plug in to like do your own thing, right? And I don't think that'll actually be that hard. Get wrecked. Okay, cool. So we can check that in. No, I have a no check-in. What? Reorder these. Oh, reorder these param. That was in the old file from hours ago, but it wasn't in source control. Okay. State R status changed. State R, let's put the R first. R state status and changed. Okay, that's probably fine. We'll put the rect first because it's get rect, right? So state status theme. Let's put changed earlier. So we're passing state, status, and theme at the end, right? So update production R state, status, theme, and then changed. I mean, maybe we should put all that stuff at the end. I don't know. This is still a better parameter order. Okay. Let's get out of the key map example. We don't need that shell open. Okay. Great. 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 Wait, still? That also was in the old file and was not in source control. Okay, great. A long time ago, I complained about the test runner. Is the current one? Yes, we have improvements. I don't know which time it was that I complained about it, but we definitely have improvements on the test runner now. It is better. So now someone on the team made it so that it's just struct literals now for each test. So you can like, hey, we want to make sure that errors happen, right? Or there's a way to put in command line arguments. There we go. That was probably the stream you saw when I was like, oh, there's no way to do arguments, but you can do it now. So that's great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's on stream. Okay. Yeah, if you want to paste the link for anyone who's interested. Is that dot curly brackets new? It's not super new. When did that get introduced? I think maybe it was this year. Maybe it was last year. I think it was last year. I think it was later last year. Cool. Now, we are getting wrecked, is what we're doing. Yeah, the next step is to start pulling over other widgets. And I guess we're going to do like checkbox, right? Something like that. And the challenge is going to be all that code. It's kind of tangled up with I kind of rewrote a lot of it for Sokoban, but not completely. And so it's kind of tangled up with old stuff I don't totally like. And so I'll be doing the rest of that disentanglement maybe. Okay. So let's close this file is no longer existing. And we'll go over here and it's a lot of lines. UI-based checkbox. Okay, so the problem is this also uses a frickin' bitmap right now. So we're going to have to deal with that. Okay. So we're going to go to checkbox. I'm just going to start pasting stuff. Checkbox, radio buttons, visibility, whatever. We're just going to paste all that. We're going to go down it. We're going to review. We're going to need this stuff. You know what? Let's do this button state thing. Let's put state, right? And we're going to put all these there. Okay. And then we're going to put all these. And set initial value on the slider state. That's something we'll deal with when we do sliders. Okay. I think then we have all these state structs, which we can put there. All right, and we'll put those at the top. Okay, so we've got these states, we've got the hash tables, we've got the things that make them. Oh, we have the set initial value on this. We're going to have to look at that. But these find or creates. Like these could all be the same function, obviously, right? The question is just, you would have to pass the table in, or we would have to figure out what it is from we'd have to make a function that returns that, which is a little weird, but we could do that. Okay. Find or create these things. How are we doing for compile? Material flags, oh God. Oh, that's a hard-coded thing. Okay, we don't need that. That's like a special thing for the Sokoban game. Title bar state, we don't have yet. Actually, let's get that. Title bar state. Okay. Okay, this is a hard-coded thing that we do not need. Ah, we can compile already. That's so good. What? Oh, no. Okay, we can't compile. So the thing is, we're using lazy compilation, and so these functions probably, if we try to use them, will not work. But that's fine. That's fine. We're going to put no check-ins on these. This width and height equals 0 is terrible for default values. I think we want to pass a rect, right, into here. Or something. Yeah, like UI.font, that's not going to compile. So we're just not, like this UI dot doesn't exist, but we're not using it because nobody's trying to use this function yet. So what we want to do is go into the example and use it. So we could say checkbox Why are there so many goddamn entry points? Okay. So we're going to go, let me pour my tea before it gets too bad. Oh gosh, I'm pouring it all over the place. It's so terrible. All right. All right. Oh no. Oh no. Wouldn't you want to make sure functions are at least type checked? Type checking is what takes all the time in compiling things. So if you want to compile fast, and you want to use modules, but you don't want to use most of the code in the module, then you don't want to type check the things that you don't use. Also, though, these functions, these two wouldn't type check anyway because they're polymorphic. So there's nothing to type check anyway. The UI has no concept of keyboard focus. It does. The version in Sokoban does. This one does not yet. And so part of what we're going to be figuring out is how to do a good job of keyboard focus kind of things. Keyboard actions, I honestly don't like the way those usually work either. Like, we have them for sure, but they're separate from the UI right now. I'm not sure that they should be built into the UI. Like, people have this thing where it's like, oh, your UI widget has to have the keyboard controls built in. I think that kind of sucks. I think it should be more like, okay, you have focus on things, and then your main program can decide what key input events do for different focuses, right? I would rather do it that way because that lets your UI be simpler. It lets it be much simpler. Okay. So this is not going to work when I call this function. So we have a button, and we're going to say checkbox 69105 leaves like, where is it even? It's like using implicit placement for this. Oh, fuck that, dude. That's so bad. So one thing that I'm becoming very clear on is, so this thing is trying to use auto layout for everything, and it's kind of a disaster. So what it should be is you have some kind of layout struct that you could pass to this if it wants to use that to get the layout, but otherwise you can explicitly pass the coordinates, right? Like the base checkbox, the base function, whatever is the core thing that everybody calls into, should know what the frickin' coordinates are at that point. Like, layout is a higher level thing than being able to draw the thing. So the fact that we don't know what the coordinates are here is like really bad design. You should be able to enter an API at different levels. And one of the levels is like, I know exactly where on the screen I want to draw this checkbox, just do it, right? And there's no way to do that in the other thing. Yeah. Okay. So I don't even know what function to call. Like, if I just want to draw a checkbox on the screen, I don't even know. Like, none of these take fucking coordinates. Okay. So the answer is UI based checkbox does it. And we're going to pass that first because this is get wrecked. Okay. And the other functions we can deal with later. What did that? Yeah, so we get rid of the W and H, actually. The checkbox theme can't be null when you get down this far. Is radio button is part of the checkbox theme, I think. And between pad is part of the checkbox theme. Okay, so this is what we're going to call into. It's going to take a while to deal with. Now this rect is going to be just for the box, I guess. Oh no, it's not. Okay. See, here we're like expanding this. Like, I don't even know. Anyway, we're just going to start here. Okay, so let's just say 400. I don't even know, like these are not really probably being used that much, so we're going to have to figure that out. Let's call this button theme. All right, and then say checkbox theme. I don't actually know if that has a font member. Okay, and then 69105 leaves, so the rect 69105 leaves, selected false. Like this is not going to be the function that we call eventually, but we just want to get things on the screen. All right. Okay. Type wanted string, type given rect. Oh, UI base checkbox. Let's just say base checkbox. UI get hash. All right. Well, we have that in the button. I think that's just get hash, right? Yeah. Find or create checkbox state. Default panel theme. UI text size. All right. So this is where it gets weird. This is, again, one of these things that I need to frickin' decide. I guess we'll port UI text size over, but I kind of don't like this function. But we'll do this. Theme.font. Okay. I don't think this actually draws the text. Does it? Yeah, see, this wants texture maps for the radio boxes and stuff, which is gross. We will just copy those over initially and make sure they work and then figure out what to do. We could maybe generate them algorithmically. Draw production value button. We have that. This is, we rearranged the parameters, so those are going to be in the wrong order. Let's fix that while I'm looking at it. Draw production. Oh, update production value button. Update production value button. This doesn't actually draw the background. So, so we need to draw the actual bitmap. Draw production value, update production value button, state.base. Okay, so we need the rect. We need to get the rect. changed is pressed status and theme. Okay, so that's like at least closer. I don't think we have make rect. We'll port that over. We're going to, of course, have to call it get rect instead of make rect. Ah, we do have. Okay, so the example can actually do this. That's width and height. Okay. So, whoops, get equals, whoops, what did I do? Okay, so text size, I'm getting hungry. Like, this is stupid. We'll put it here. We'll fix it later. Oh, between pad. So that, I think, should be on the checkbox theme. Between pad is O.3. Spacing between the checkbox and text as a fraction of text box width, or checkbox width. Okay. Between pad. Yeah, no, we just use the theme. Wait, indent ratio. Oh, that's already. That's already what I wanted. It was already there. Okay. Between pad is just this thing. Okay. We just call this thing R a lot. Okay, UI.isOver. So this is going to be status is get status. Get status flags of R. And I think that'll do it. Update hint, we're not going to do right now. This is for tooltip kind of stuff. We'll bring that back later. Button colors, we don't do this currently, so I think I don't even know if we use that. Core. This is just going to be current DT, I think. Is radio button. Oh yes, let's put that on the theme. Right. So map radio box full and stuff is these are texture maps that we do not have. So okay, we need map radio box full is a texture. Okay. Make rect. Oh, this module is not called make rect. Okay, pressed. Yes. Draw a label. Right. So we have core draw label, text width, text height. Label theme. Something like that. Oh my God. Hey, it's 69105 leaves. Now, A, we're not passing a big enough rect here, right? B, we're not drawing the checkbox because we couldn't frickin' load it. Or we didn't even try, actually. So let's do that. Okay. You know, I think we're just going to start doing layout at some point soon because we're going to want to draw multiple checkboxes and then we're going to want to put a label at the top and like that's freaking layout already. Anyway, so in short, get wrecked. Okay, we can not worry about the UI builder for now. Let's clear out all our other examples. Okay, so when we init this stuff, we're going to load these bitmaps, and we're going to complain if they're not there. Do we do bitmap loading in SIMP at all right now? We kind of don't. Okay. What do we do here? So in SIMP, oh, we can load texture from file. We're just going to do that. All right. So when we init get rect, for now, we're going to insist on loading these bitmaps. And then later, whoops. Let's go up here. Later, we will do something more robust. And this is how programming, when you're trying to get stuff done, sometimes you just have to do stuff that's stupid. But the key is to actually go on later and do the thing that's better and more robust, right? So we don't want to require people to ship these bitmaps. I mean, maybe we could bake them in as defaults, but I would almost rather generate them. Texture. So we can say load texture from file. Simp.load texture from file, right? Whoops. Okay. Actually, let's not even do that. We're going to say require texture, and that's going to be a function that we do right here. And to texture. Okay. Return texture. And SIMP should give us something better. So I just wanted to make something that does the load and then logs or whatever. Okay. Maybe SIMP should do that. I don't know. So we load texture from file, texture. We're just going to say new texture. Oh, this is success, right? I think we actually have texture exported. Yeah, apparently so. So we actually need Sokoban bitmaps right now. Yeah. Bitmaps. UI. It's called UI checkbox full. UI checkbox full. Come on. Let's search Sokoban. Actually, in Sokoban, what are these called? Map radio box. Map radio box full. UI radio box full. Oh, there it is. We finally found it in the fabulous Windows search. Ta-da! UI radio box empty, UI radio box full, UI checkbox. Lol, get wrecked. Okay, let's go to modules. Get wrecked. Examples. Just going to put all these in here for now, because the goal is to get rid of them later. Okay, well, it didn't complain, but I also don't see the thing. So that's too bad. Let's give it another 200. Okay, so we at least see the thing. We do not see the checkbox. Why black dynamite? Oh, because we don't draw. Remember when I said we're not going to draw the checkbox because I'm commenting this out? Do you guys remember that? Remember this part? Where was it? Does not draw the bitmap. Image rect is get rect and image. Okay, so we're going to draw the bitmap. For right this second, it's just going to be this, and we'll change it in a bit. Backend set texture, backend update texture, backend use shader. Okay, I just don't remember how to draw. So set shader for text. Oh, it's in shaders. I'm looking in the wrong place. Set shader for text, set shader for images with the texture. Okay, so we say simp set shader for images, image. All right. And then we draw a quad. We'll factor this out into something later, right? Don't we have a get quad in buttons? No. we're going to get quad. Get rect, also you get quad. Okay. Get rect, get quad. Using okay. Okay. Let's just make this a little more compact. I mean, should we be totally OCD about this? I don't like that term, being totally OCD. I don't know. Anyway. Get quad. So, get quad for image rect, and then we're going to flush there, but we want to go immediate quad. What are our selections? Oh, we actually don't frickin' need that. That said, I don't understand why this is starting at fucking X1. Who did this? This is like not my way that I do quads. Anyway, maybe I did that way in the distant past. I don't know why I would have ever done that. Okay. Immediate quad. R.X, R.Y, R.X plus R.W. Oh, image rect. Here, using image rect. Immediate quad, X, Y, X plus W, Y plus H, image color. How's that for a trick that you can't fucking do in C++? Okay, now we die probably because the image is null or something. Let's see why we die. Modules. Get rect. Examples. Okay, yeah, the texture is null. Why is the texture null? Because, well, because it's null. Probably because none of these got set. Map, radio box, full. You know what? We probably didn't call frickin' UI init, right? Oh, it's because I don't load these fucking textures. Why are we not logging though? That's confusing me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I hope somebody noticed that we never did that. Dot PNG. That was weird. What is happening? Oh. We have this thing where LLVM, as near as we can tell, it has a race condition. So if it's unable to link due to its own race condition, we keep retrying the link. So I had it held open with the debugger. Okay, we still die. Weird. Do we actually call UI init from? Nope. So we're going to do that. But we also want to assert very clean, like if you don't call init, we want to tell you that you didn't call init, right? So let's start doing that. Or maybe we should just call it the first time you say do one frame or something. Yeah, let's do that. The problem is it needs a font. Okay, so we can't do that yet. Button font. All right, so that'll do the other things. Okay, unable to load required texture, but it says unable to load bitmap. No string. No shot. Wait, what's going on? Oh, look, because I passed empty string. I hope people noticed that I was smoking crack. All right, so now we're not making it, but for a different reason. Let's take notes, by the way. Of things we would like to do to make getRect better. To do, don't require the user to have bitmaps to load for checkboxes, etc. Don't require UI init to be called. Handle it gracefully. If a theme has a null font, should we pack in? We should probably pack in a small default font. Okay. These are the things we want to do. Don't you wish that most of the people who do most software gave a shit? Okay. Texture is null still. WTF. Image is null because probably all four of these are still. Because I made a noob mistake. I hope people saw that. Oh my God. Like, isn't it great when things are broken for 5 different reasons? Hey, look. Look. Oh my God. Oh, look, I checked it and unchecked it. It's like bouncing, but, oh yeah, because you're supposed to hold the value yourself, right? So we're not giving it the value. This is very shallow effing value right now, but this is good though. This is progress. So base checkbox. So selected, I guess, means is it toggled? So all right, and so checkbox value. Okay. Here we go. Boom. 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 Never gets old. Actually, it gets a little bit old. Okay. So we want to theme this better. We want to theme it like the button and stuff. The between pad seems not to be working. Maybe. It's possible. What we're going to do is we're going to do all the color theming and all that, and then we want to test that here. Maybe the font has a check. No, you don't want to. No, you don't want to use a font checkbox. That is a Janene right there. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get rid of a lot of this stuff. I like the ability to just do this. That's good stuff. Making using happen with all the other language features was so effing painful. Oh my God, you don't even know. And it's still painful. It still causes bugs, but it's good stuff. Okay. Let's actually make a data structure. For the groceries that we want to get. Okay, we'll just do that. Okay, we're going to go down here. We're going to say, we're going to say, for all the groceries, we're going to go it.name, right? And then we're going to go so now I wonder if you should be able to say, because kind of what I want to know is like, how big is the checkbox going to be on the screen? How big is the name going to be on the screen? What are going to be the coordinates? So maybe I say get rects for a checkbox. And that'll tell me like how wide the name is going to be. And I can do one pass of getting rects and then one pass of drawing. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thought. Right now, we're just going to manually Okay, actually, we can go button font dot character height, and we'll see about that. Checkbox value. Oh yeah, instead of checkbox value, it's it dot should get, right, and then it dot should get XOR equals pressed. And then, okay, but what we need to add groceries. Apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice. All right, and these are the groceries that we may or may not want to get. It's not checkbox value. Okay, here we go. Apples. Oh, yeah. Okay, we forgot to pass the thing. I wonder if we should like meta program that if you're inside a loop. That would be bananas. It would be fun. All right. Type wanted U32. All right. Apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice. Wait, what? What is going on? Oh my God, it's so effed. Okay. No, it is different buttons. It's just confused about if we're over it for some reason. But that'll become more clear when we do the theming more correctly. Wait. Oh, it's because the rect that we pass in is huge. Right. Okay. See, this rect, because this was supposed to be the core thing, this rect is supposed to not be huge. All right. Apples, bananas. You can see if I get right on the edge, I can get both maybe. I did it. There we go. There we go. It's like 1 pixel. So we want to clean that up at some point. Okay. This is fine. And we want more spacing, right? So, times 0.35. There we go. Apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice. Okay. Okay. Does array add allocate memory? Yes, it does. Are those buttons shimmering? They are bouncing around when I press them. I don't know what Twitch compression is doing to that. And they're a little bit aliased anyway, because the reason it's not super good to use a bitmap for this is because the bitmaps are the wrong size and maybe they're not bitmapped and who fucking knows, right? They're definitely rendering aliased here. Anyway, that is that. So now we want to make sure the theming works with regard to when your cursor goes over them and all that stuff. Somebody pasted that link. Dead simple layouts. Rect cut for dead simple UI layouts. Let's see. He's got a rect. That's pretty good. Cut left. Cut right. Cut top and cut bottom. Okay. Right. So this is just like, you know, give me the, okay, he's, instead of width and height, he's like, you know. Yeah, I mean, these are some good primitives that are simple, right? I buy that. I buy that. Yeah, we'll see how it works, because I'm not sure to what extent the user will be calling those manually, or to what extent we're going to try to have like layout do that. But it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice. Now we're going to want to make a radio button. But first, let's theme the checkbox by default. Okay, it should have button theme. Let's do this. Should be able to do this, hopefully. All right, let's just make sure this parses. Yeah, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go red. Going to go green. And blue. And that's how we're going to know that this works. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. So, oh, I think, because didn't I just say it's white for now? I said that for this, but I don't know if I said that for the color. Oh, but I think I constructed a default label theme. I just constructed a default label theme. Okay, so I think we want different color theming for the button, the checkbox, versus the label, right? And maybe we should just use a button theme again for that. I don't know. Okay. So down here, this text color. Oh. Look, there we go. Apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice. Whoa, wait, why did they oh, because our highlight color is set to 0. Oh, that's great. That's so good. Because we didn't set defaults on those, so they have alpha 0. Any questions about what we're doing so far? The next step is to set those default colors. We want them kind of neutral, but I also, for these, I want them to be more active than this one. So we're going to do something with it. Would it be possible to build the concept of a circle and generate one for each different case? Generate a circle for resolution is clicking is hovering. I mean, okay. So what we're trying to do right now is just build the background of having enough state in here that this stuff gets smoothly animated, and you have a default display. Right? So we just want something to start so that if you're just making a program and you say draw checkbox, right, that we get that. Okay, so then once we have that for enough widgets that it could be useful, then later on we can add ways for you to hook in and display. So I assume you mean drawing a circle that's like animated in some way. Like we're going to have a way for you to hook your own display in, but you want that to be on top of it, right? You don't want to have to do that in order to draw some buttons, right? Will you stick identifying elements by hash? What do you mean by will you stick? We already do that. And it seems to work okay. How is the animation state retained? There's a record for each widget type that goes in a hash table, and a unique hash is generated based on the calling location. How much are we planning on doing? I don't know. Okay, so the initial plan is just to get the widgets that are in Sokoban out to here, which involves this basic stuff, but also like we have a color picker, for example, which is, that's complex functionality. I want to make sure you can do the color picker, right? So, yeah. Is the size of the UI based on the window size? It is whatever you tell it to be. So if your main program says scale it with the window size, which I recommend, then it will do that. But right now our example program is super dumb and doesn't do any of that, and we'll go through and fix that in a bit. But the top priority is getting the widgets in. Is the hash based off the position of the widget? No, because the position might change. So it's based on where in the source code it's being called from. And then if it's in a loop, you pass an extra thing. I'll show you. So when we are drawing our groceries, we pass this extra parameter here, which is just which guy in the loop are we, right? Which is neat. If you always know you're iterating over the same things and you're not going to reorder them or whatever, then this is a totally fine way to do it. But this just has to be a unique number per this call, right? We actually could pass the address. We could hash the address of the thing since it's the address of a global variable. Just any way of uniquely identifying the thing. You know, that should be U64 or S64. It should probably be 64 bits because then you could just pass a pointer in. Yeah, like let's just do that. Identifier. Yeah. Fully pathed file name. This is just going to be S64. Yeah. Okay. Let me get a snack. Any more questions while I get my healthy snack? And then we'll continue. How do you keep track of all the small things that you decide to do later? I don't know. Who says I do? I mean, the stuff in Sokoban was just programmed by hand, and we're just porting it out now. Show the food. It's a bunch of cherries. It's a bunch of cherries. Might grab Steven sausage roll for the upcoming day. What is the upcoming day off? Oh, you mean Monday. Yeah, okay. Holiday. I thought you meant there was a sale. Is the Steam Open World sale still going? I wonder if Steven's sausage roll counts as open world. Steam Open World sale. Ah, yes. So The Witness is in this sale, as you shall see. $7.99 because it's open world. It's a mere $7.99. Steven's sausage roll is not on sale. It should be. It's kind of open world, though. Kind of. I mean, you go into fenced off levels, but too bad. Did I know it was $7.99? Yes. We voluntarily participated in the sale. Is it selling a lot in the sale? I mean, what I would say is it's a significant amount of money that is meaningful for the company. It's like not enough to run the company off because The Witness is a relatively old game at this point, and a lot of people who are going to play it have played it. But no, the reason we go in the sale is because we'll get some more funding from it, and it's also good to just have a lot of people play the game. Do I know how many hours The Witness has been played? I really have no idea. It's a lot. It's a large number. Okay. Do I recommend playing Zork? I don't know. That kind of game is... I mean, games that were good back at the time are not really playable by modern standards. So, like... Do we have analytics on The Witness? No, we don't collect that kind of information. But like, the Steam achievement stats are public, right? You can go look at those. When you cast the log string to U64, what does it do? It casts the pointer to U64. Wow, I'm really eating popcorn. I should order a good deep dish pizza sometime, like in the old days. Okay. Theming. I think we want, for the checkbox theme, we're going to want a nice dim but neutral color when you go over it, we'll go 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, and we'll go kind of violet 7-0, 4-0, like that. And then selected, I don't know, 0.909090, right? And then text color selected. Um, 90. Actually, let's do this and we'll bring it back to this. I don't know. These are goofy colors. Apples, bananas, moon chips, and chai juice, all right? That's maybe a little too dim. Boom. 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 Okay, so we want to use the checkbox colors as well. And there, we're using the button theme. Okay. So okay. Now we go back to the checkbox, and here where we said the color is 111, theme.background color, and then you do this. Oh, actually. Button.background. Button.background color over factor. Okay. Okay, that just shows that the theming works. We could make it nicer later. It's not really the goal right now. We just want it to work. right. Next up, how does the compiler infer the type from a struct literal? It sees what it's matched to. You have to match it to a struct type. And then it says, oh, is this a valid version of this struct type? Yeah, the fade times and all that stuff should be configurable. They are not themable yet, so you just get the fade in and fade out speeds that you get, but those will be on the theme. So you'll be able to crank those to whatever value you want. Okay, now though, we want to make radio buttons. What should be, radio buttons are for things that are exclusive, right? So, okay, let's say spells is a bunch of strings. You make a radio button of which spell to cast. Okay. Array add spells Resrav Gondar Gnusto and I don't know. Yeoman, I don't remember what Yeoman does, but it's not 6 letters. Is that literally Mr. Spock spelled backwards? Okay. So, okay. If pressed, current spell equals it index. There we go. Radio theme we need to make. Resrov, Gnusto, Aimfizz. I think we could pump these defaults a little more. Actually, let's make this bring this a little closer. It's the Mind Probe spell. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. I'm going to tweak these defaults a little bit. On checkbox. Background color over. Button color selected. Text color selected is going to be a little bit, it's going to be a little bit of a brighter. Yeah. Let's see how that is. All right. It's a little better. It's like responsive. It's not crazy. It's not super dim. Etc. Okay. Well, I think we check this in because we have some success. And then we work on other stuff. Yeah, I think we check this in and then we do another widget type. Do we have text input in modules at all? I don't think so. Nope. Yep. So we're going to do that as well. So text input is where we are going to have to start thinking about focus and whatever, right? Like for now, we could actually just send all text to the text input, but eventually. Wow, we've been going 5 hours. It's been a good stream so far. It's almost like I decided to do some work today. And then plus this morning's 2 hours stream. We are almost at 1 full day of work, aka a week and a half of web programmer work. AKA 6 months of communist blue hair indie game developer work. Well, I ate all the popcorn. Okay. Oh, we have no check-in. You know what the fun thing will be to do? This is a good sanity test right now. First, let's fix the no check-in. What file was that in? In checkbox. Oh, and module. Okay. Don't require the user have bitmaps to load for checkboxes, etc. Map, radio, box, star. Okay, so we're going to come to that later. Checkbox. Oh yeah, this was this whole thing. Okay, and this, these are not even things yet. We can do that though. That would actually be a fun thing to do. Let's actually do that. Before we check in. Because I like showing that capability because this is like higher level language features dovetailing with UI stuff, right? So I can go, let's go back to our example. Let's just make some flags, right? What are good flags? Damage resistance is enum flags of U16, and then okay. Well, you could resist. Resist piercing, stabbing or slashing, crushing, magic damage, blunt, right? Blunt, electrical, magic, poison. I mean, elemental is kind of electrical. And emotional, okay. There. So we'll do that, and then we will do I'm actually not sure how you use this. We can automatically if we use tprint here, we're going to want to reset how do we do reset temporary storage? I think it's just it's just reset temporary storage. So we want to call this in our main loop. Okay. So this checkbox flags, what are these? An identifier, a location, identifier location, checkbox theme. So this is like if you pass the text. Okay, so these are basically the same function with a very minor thing. I mean, this, why didn't you just XOR equals? Okay. Anyway, we don't need this one. We're going to do these. We're going to go, this is S64, right? This is S64. Flags, flag value, and this is the text. All right. If this flags XOR equals flag value, it's how we do it downtown. Okay. Change underscore to space for convenience in reading flags. Okay. On the screen. Whatever, that's a little weird, but it's fine. Okay, so what we want to do is how do we pick the limit? Do we go enum highest value? Okay, so we're going to go to 800 old y, while 1. Oh, we don't really need that. And we're going to do this, but we're going to go checkbox flags, damage resistance, flag value. Actually, enum range, let's do this. It'll be, right, enum range of damage resistance, and then flag value is lowest, while flag value is less than or equal to highest. We do checkbox flags of flag value, and theme, we're going to use checkbox theme and it index. And we don't even have to do that stuff, I think. It index, what? Undeclared identifier? Oh, right. Oh, well, we could pass flag value here. Flags pointer to enum. Oh, right, wait. Flags, flag value. Really? Does enum range return integers? Oh. Yeah. That's a little weird. Okay. It's so this function is called checkbox flags, not UI checkbox flags. Probably rearrange some things. Okay, we don't need current spell. We don't need anything. We just do the flags. Checkbox is called checkbox base. UI base check. Okay, this is garbage right now. Base checkbox. Okay, missing selected. Right, we reordered the arguments. Base checkbox takes a rect. Oh no, that's what we don't have. So we're going to pass the rect. Going to pass the rect. Going to pass the rect. We're going to do that. Text selected is that, right? Theme identifier loc. Tone loc. Oh, given Wait, what? Oh, now we need the rect. R. Right, we do need this part. This is what marches us down the screen. Okay, finally. Dang it. Our while loop is not terminating because I'm not doing this. You know, we should actually go over the type info for the enum, but let's get it working this way first. Okay, piercing, crushing, blunt. Okay, so it took us a while to munge that into place, but now that we have it, you know, you can just do this anytime with any enum, right? You just do this loop. Except we are assuming that the whole enum space is filled. So if we actually go if we put a hole in the space, whoops. Let's make that a smaller hole. We'll actually get some stuff in there. Okay, but this one, whoops, plus 80. Plus 120. Okay, so this is good. But we do need, actually let's do this. We're just gonna keep from too many terrible hard-coded numbers. Okay, so now, let's do this. Let's do an alternate version of this loop that might even be simpler and cleaner. Info, type info, damage resistance. Oh, that's in preload. Type info enum. All right, so we could actually call the other version of it that has the name. So we could say for it name it.names, value is it.values it index, right? And then we call our other thing that takes the text so that we don't do that thing. So our name so we're going to cast that to damage resistance. This is info.names and info.val. I don't know why I said it. Doesn't make any sense. And flag value. This is just value. And we don't do that. Okay, now we won't skip over the extras. So that's just a little loop you can do. And I really like this because it's like, look, it's using the language features that we have and the nice, UI. And it's like, okay, that's very nice. So let's delete the old version. And in fact, let's get rid of this one down here. Because if you want to process the name, you can do it however you want. So there we go. There we go. Okay. And then we'll think about if we actually want this. Oh, no, this is not good either because you just set the theme. Right? So we have less code there. We have less code there. Okay. That is good for now. I mean, there's many more things we can do. Okay. Using type info, we can very quickly generate some checkboxes for any enum or enum flags type. Let's just say enum flags to keep it simple. The loop below is the only code needed! Exclamation point. Okay. That's great. That is great. My boxes go so far over that I could accidentally hit. So we're going to want to work on that. Like that's going to be the layout component because right now I'm just saying like the boxes are 100 pixels or whatever, or 200, right? So when we do layout, we're going to want to figure that out. But again, to do layout, I kind of want to do something real, right, to figure out the layout. So we're just going to get all the widgets in, and then we'll figure out what the real thing is later. Okay, that is a good check-in. And I think it's actually time to take a stream break because it's been 5.5 hours. But we'll come back again because we want to get more widgets moved over. We want to get more widgets moved over. Text input will be a big one because we have that, right? And then who knows? Because our text input does selection, cut, paste, and all that stuff. Like it is totally fine. In fact, our console also does selection and copy, right? So, I mean, you could basically make a text editor from these things. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. We're not going to raid right now. We might do one later tonight on the next stream. Thanks a lot. We'll be back later. I'll see you later. It's been good. Bye-bye.